here. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hoping everybody is having a great afternoon. Welcome to this session of our National ELT Conference Managing Concurrent session. We're very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that are going to enrich our teaching practice. It's with great pleasure that I get to introduce our presenter today, Angelica Giusti from El Centro Colombo Americano de Cali. Les voy a contar un poquito. I'm going to tell you a little bit about her. Angelica Justi holds a psychology degree, working as a child psychologist for 2 years. As a teacher, she has had 20 years of experience working with different ages and levels. She has also worked as a coordinator, wow, in educational projects, leading a pedagogical team to support English teachers in public schools to improve their daily practices. She loves sharing ideas around teaching and finding new ways of making our classroom a better place for students. So today she'll be leading a session. It's titled Inclusive Classrooms. So please give a warm welcoming to Angelica Justi.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Welcome. Welcome. How's everybody doing? Okay, I think I'm ready to share my screen now. I think so. So allow me to check it here. How can I? Okay, think here I am. Okay, so hello, everyone. My name is Angelica Justi. I am from Colombo Picano, Cali, and I'm here today because I want to share with you this experience that I've had recently. I had this experience this year. This year, I had the opportunity to be for a while the psychology of Colombo Americano Cali. Because I had to replace our psychology who was in maternity leave. And I've learned a little bit more and a little bit deeper something that Colombo Americano has been doing for a while now, like a couple of years. And it's having inclusive classrooms. Yes, having people with special needs or special learning, or maybe not necessarily cognitive issues, but mental issues, mental health issues. And well, this one is it's this is something that I've learned during this year, and that was a great process to go through. So we are going to start with the inclusive classrooms. Okay, as you can see here, there is something here that is called the UDL, the Universal Design of Language, okay? And we have some keywords here like different, learning, behavior, emotions, things like that. So I'm going to start, and I want to start with exploring the ideas. And I want to know if you have heard the following words: attention deficit or hyperactivity disorder, called ADHD, dyslexia, dyscalculia, autism spectrum disorder, or Tourette's syndrome. So I would like to know if you have heard of this. I don't know if I'm going to have access to chat if people write me, so you can share your answers with me.
I will
Can,
be writing because
okay.
our public is on YouTube. So any questions they have, they'll be writing them down on the YouTube channel, and I will be transmitting them at the end of the presentation.
Okay, good, good. So, well, the idea is to see if you have heard any of these ideas, if you like have heard these expressions before, what people know about it. So if you can read the chat and share with me some of the answers.
Um, I'm looking at our chat. We haven't had any questions yet. Let's get ready.
I just want to know if you have heard these words before, if you know what do they mean, and if you have been in contact like with these before, with these expressions.
Not yet. I'm asking if maybe there's an issue with our audio because I haven't been able to see anyone maybe. Okay, so we have Paulina saying yes, she has, mainly about
Good.
dyslexia and ADHD.
Okay, good. Excellent. Excellent. Yes, these are expressions that we have heard before in our classrooms, maybe, or that we have heard in different, like, uh, different instances. And I know that probably we are familiar with these because we have used it somehow, somewhere. Okay. So, what I want you to do now, what I would like you to do now, is I would like you, give me a second, I'm opening something here. Okay, just give me a sec here. Okay, it's this one. Give me a second. To, need to organize something here. If I share a Mentimeter, people can access to it and can answer. Is it
Yes,
possible?
yes, people are able to log
Okay.
into the link and they will just add the code and they'll be able to participate, of course.
Okay, perfect, perfect. So I'm going to share. So here it is. To do it here. Okay, so here is the code. I'm going to copy the link and put it here, in the chat, so you can give it to the audience, okay? Okay, people. So I want you to put as many words as you can
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
to describe an ADHD student. As many words as you can think of.
Yo no sé si se está escuchando o no, la verdad. Y solamente hay supuestamente como dos personas ahí.
Okay, I see that I already have someone active. I just have one person active.
Yes, we're checking if maybe there's some issues, like some technology issues, but I think it's there. Let's see. Yeah, at this moment we only have one person active.
Uh-huh. Yes, I only have one person, one answer.
Okay, a couple of more of let's give them 2 minutes for those who are just
Okay.
joining us. Thank you for joining us. We're doing a Mentimeter activity. Go ahead and just log into mentimeter.com and use this code. And we're going to give you a couple of seconds to join us so like that we can actively share. Okay, I think we can continue. I think.
Yes. Okay, so high energy and lack of concentration is something that we can think when we think about ADHD. Now I want you to tell me what words describe a person with ASD. I remind you that ASD is autism spectrum disorder. Okay? Okay, we have two people now, and we have the words communication, difficult. I imagine this was Asperger, autistic. Okay, very good. I'm going to keep going. The words that describe a dyslexic student. What about that? What words describe a dyslexic student? Reading difficulty, writing difficulty. Good, okay, yes. Now, what words describe a student with learning difficulties? What about that one? Okay, good. I like those. Yes. Strategies, curriculum adaptations, good. The motivation, special needs, methodological adaptation. Yes, that's something that we connect. Okay, very good. Thank you for your active participation. So now we are going to go back to the presentation. So I ask you which words are connected with these like diagnostics because I want to talk about that. Having an inclusive classroom means that we have to go beyond the diagnostic. So I'm going to invite you to read the following, and I'm going to show you a video, and then I want you to do a reflection exercise with it. So a diagnostic is not a person. Behavior can be trained. The world needs to adapt to neurodivergency, not the other way
Pero
around.
en el mío eran
And I'm going to
94
show
y
you a
24
video about a real life
y dos de esos puse yo.
case. And then I want you to think with me this, because we are going to have a time for discussion or reflection, as you wish to call it. In the chat or where you are connected, you can provide a feedback on the three statements about going beyond the diagnostic. I want to hear your opinion about these three statements. Which one do you agree with? Which ones do you disagree with? And what can we learn from Jessica's experience? Jessica is the girl from the video. So again, these are the three sentences, and now we are going to watch the video.
Hello, brain. I say that to you because if you think about it, it wasn't really you that decided to come here today. It was your brain. And whether you decided to walk or drive, take a taxi, ride a bike, that decision was made by your brain. Behavior, all behavior, is affected by the brain. This is a story about my brain. So I was a smart kid. By 18 months, I was speaking in full sentences. By third grade, I was scoring post-high school on standardized tests. I had, as all my teachers agreed, so much potential. I was also struggling. I didn't have any friends outside of books. I was easily overwhelmed. I spaced out in class. I lost things constantly. And trying to get my brain to focus on anything I wasn't excited about was like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. But I was smart, so nobody was worried. It wasn't until middle school when I was responsible for getting myself to classes on time and remembering to bring my own homework that being smart wasn't enough anymore, and my grades started to suffer. My mom took me to the doctor, and after a comprehensive evaluation, I was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. If you're not familiar with ADHD, it has three primary characteristics: inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. Some people with ADHD have more of the inattentive presentation. Those are the daydreamers, the space cadets. Some have more of the hyperactive, impulsive presentation. Those are the kids that usually get diagnosed early. But the most common presentation is a combination of both. My doctor and my parents decided that given my shiny new diagnosis, maybe stimulant medication would succeed where spankings and lectures had failed. So I tried it, and it worked. The first time I took my medication, it was like putting on glasses and realizing I could see without squinting. I could focus. Without changing anything, my GPA went up a full point. Honestly, it was kind of miraculous. By 14, I had friends that liked me. By 15, I had published my first poem. I got a boyfriend. By 17, I knew I wanted to be a journalist. My local college had a program that would guarantee admission to USC. They had a really great journalism program. So I signed up at my local college, and I started taking classes. I moved in with my boyfriend. Things were going great until they weren't. I started having trouble making it to class on time. I aced a statistics course, but I forgot to sign up in time, so I never got the credit. I took classes so I could help my boyfriend with his career, but I completely lost sight of mine. I never made it to USC. By 21, I dropped out of college and moved back home. Over the next 10 years, I started and quit or was fired from 15 jobs. I ruined my credit. I got married and was divorced within a year. At this point, I was 32, and I had no idea what I was doing with my life, besides reading self-help books that didn't seem to be helping. What happened to all that potential? Was I not trying? No. I worked harder than anyone I knew. I didn't even have time for friends. I was that busy. I had potential, though. So my failure was clearly my fault. I just hadn't done what I needed to do to reach it. And honestly, I was tired of trying, putting more effort into life than everyone else and falling farther and farther behind. At this point, I could have given up on myself. I could have decided that everyone who thought I had potential was wrong. But I didn't, because I knew that it was my behavior that had gotten me here. And behavior is affected by the brain. And my brain has ADHD. Looking at my behavior, I knew, even with medication, even as an adult, my ADHD was still interfering with my life. What I needed to know was how and why, and more importantly, what could I do about it? I started to do some research. And I found a lot of great information. I found a lot of bad information too, but that's another talk. But there's good information out there. Websites, podcasts, talks by researchers and medical professionals. Books that would have been way more helpful than the self-help books I'd been using that were clearly written for normal, well, there is no normal, neurotypical brains. A lot of what I found, though, was either super technical or seemed like it was written for parents and teachers trying to deal with ADHD kids. There wasn't a lot that seemed intended for us, the people who have ADHD. So I started a YouTube channel. I had no idea how to start a YouTube channel, but I started a YouTube channel. I almost called it How Not to ADHD because that was about all I knew at the time. But my boyfriend, Edward, talked me out of it. Turns out lots of people need help understanding ADHD, including, maybe especially, those who actually have it. I was no exception. I thought ADHD was kind of the same for everybody. I thought it was mostly about getting distracted. I thought having ADHD was maybe the reason that I was failing at life. And I thought I was what needed to change in order to be successful. I couldn't be successful and still be me. Spoilers, I was wrong. So let's go back for a second. Let's go back to what brought us here today. The brain. Understanding the brain you're working with, it turns out, is kind of important. And that's true whether that brain is your employees, your students, your kids, your significant others, or your own. ADHD affects between 5 and 8% of the global population, which means, statistically speaking, there's between 37 and 60 of us just in this room. You can't tell who we are just by looking, but it's fun to watch you try. So at some point, you're going to meet someone with ADHD. Work with them, give birth to them, or fall in love with them. Chances are, you already have. And at some point, you're going to ask yourself, what is going on in their brain? So after 2 years of learning about ADHD and a lifetime of experience with it, after having the honor of connecting with researchers and doctors and ADHD experts and tens of thousands of ADHD brains all over the world, what can I tell you to help you understand ADHD? By the way, many of them helped with this talk. First of all, it's real. It's not bad parenting or lack of discipline. ADHD is a neurodevelopmental disorder. It's currently the most well-researched mental condition, and there are actually measurable differences in the brain. These differences are larger in children, but for most people, they never go away. In other words, adults have ADHD too. While rates of ADHD diagnosis are increasing, it's not because of an increase in sugar or technology or lack of spanking. It's not. Any more than people drowning in swimming pools is because of Nicolas Cage. Correlation does not equal causation. Those are real numbers. It's from both an increase in understanding that ADHD exists, that girls, adults, and gifted students can have it too. And ironically, a lack of understanding that being hyper, misbehaving, or struggling in school does not mean you have ADHD. ADHD is more serious than I realized. The primary characteristics in inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity don't sound all that serious, and I didn't think that they were. But in real life, they translate to people getting into more accidents, being more likely to get fired, get divorced, significantly more likely to struggle with addiction. I learned that ADHD is on a spectrum. Raise your hand if you've ever lost your keys or spaced out in the middle of a lecture. If you're not raising your hand, I'm going to assume you spaced out in the middle of this one. The thing is, while everyone experiences ADHD symptoms sometimes, An actual diagnosis is based on how many of those symptoms significantly and chronically impair multiple aspects of your life. Just like you can get sad and not have depression, you can get distracted and not have ADHD. And just like you can have mild depression or severe depression, ADHD can range from mild to severe. I also learned ADHD is a terrible name for ADHD. It creates a lot of confusion. We don't have a deficit of attention. What we have trouble with is regulating our attention. As ADHD coach Brett Thornhill puts it, it's like your brain keeps switching between 30 different channels and somebody else has the remote. Sometimes we have trouble focusing at all, and other times we get stuck on a channel and can't pull ourselves away, which in real life might look like we just don't want to do homework because we'd rather play video games. And sure, sometimes that's the case. But the truth is, there are plenty of times we want to be able to focus. We try, and we just can't. Current understanding is that this difficulty has to do with the way our brains produce and metabolize neurotransmitters like dopamine and norepinephrine. I learned ADHD is highly treatable. Stimulant medication boosts these neurotransmitters, which is why it helps us focus. It's very effective for around 80% of people with ADHD. And I learned that medication isn't enough. ADHD affects much more than our focus. It impairs executive functions like planning, prioritizing, and ability to sustain effort toward a goal. It affects our ability to regulate our emotions, our behavior, our sleep. It's not one program in our brain that it works differently. It's the whole operating system. It can affect every aspect of our lives. And there are a ton of strategies out there that can help. Cognitive behavioral therapy, coaching, even meditation or regular exercise can make a huge difference. Understanding your brain. I knew I had trouble focusing, and I knew my medication helped with that. What I didn't know was that getting overwhelmed all the time had to do with poor working memory, and that making lists helps. Or that the reason I ran late all the time wasn't because I didn't care. It's because ADHDers have a skewed sense of time, and that using a timer could teach me how long things actually take. Mostly I expected to learn what I actually learned, that ADHD is real, addressing it is important, and medication is not enough. What I didn't expect to learn, that I wasn't alone. I had an ADHD tribe. What a difference it would make to connect with it. There are people with ADHD in every country, every culture across the globe. Yes, even in France. And this tribe is awesome. Comparing myself to people with neurotypical brains, I felt really bad about myself. Why couldn't I keep my house clean or finish a project in time instead of waiting till the very last second? But seeing the positives in fellow ADHD brains helped me recognize and appreciate my own strengths, ones that I couldn't see when I was just staring at my weaknesses, which is what I've been doing for decades. But ADHD brains have a lot to offer the world. We tend to be generous, funny, creative. ADHDers are 300% more likely to start their own business. We not only think outside the box, we're often not even aware there is a box. We may struggle when our brains aren't engaged, but ADHD brains are great at tackling tasks that are urgent, working with ideas that are new, wrestling with problems that are challenging, and dedicating themselves to projects that are of personal interest. This YouTube career I stumbled into was all of those things. At 32, I was divorced, miserable, and had no idea what I was doing with my life. At 33, I'd started my own business and was connecting with ADHD experts. By now, at 34, I have a team of volunteers helping with the channel. I'm engaged to this amazing man who helps me produce the channel. Works right alongside with me, is doing the slides right now. And as we discovered, also has ADHD. I'm working on reaching out to schools so that kids don't have to wait until they're 32 to learn about their brains. And I'm doing my very first TEDx talk here with you today.
Okay, so I don't know if we already have some people that have gave us like their feedback on these three sentences and on the things that they have seen of Jessica's experience. So I was wondering if we already have some opinions about this diagnostic stuff and Jessica's experience.
Well, for the time being, we're waiting for some of the questions to load. but I think it's quite amazing how she says it's not like a deficit attention, it's the lack, like difficulty that they have to focus on tasks, to just focus in general, and either even to take away the focus on something that has been absorbing their focus. I
Yeah,
absolutely love, and
yeah.
that's really really amazing. Let's we're waiting for some of the questions to come in, but
Okay. While we wait, I just want to start like breaking these in little pieces. As you could see, the diagnostic is not what the person is. It's a part of the person, but it's not what the person is. In the case of Jessica, her diagnostic seemed something like she could handle, and she believed she could handle it. In some other cases, it becomes uh, something too heavy to carry. So we need to go beyond just putting a label to people. Yes, that's what I say. A diagnostic is not a person. A person has way more abilities and positive characteristics beyond the things that they have to deal with in their mental health or in their cognitive apparatus. Behavior can be trained. So what she said, that I need to do lists, I need to set a timer, you can train people to do things. I think we have uh, taken the behavioral training like something bad, something negative, because historically has been criticized, yes, and because the education have changed outside from this behavioral behavioralism stuff. But believe me, training the behavior of your students help. And the third thing is, as you can see, we need a world that embraces neurodivergency, not the other way around. They are, there is not such thing as just kids with ADHD. Those kids are going to be adults. Yes, they are going to be working, they are going to have babies, they are going to get married. So we need the world to adapt them uh, and took them, and not the other way around. They don't have to change or fix themselves to fit in the world, because that is not going to happen. That never is going to happen. Okay. And now we have some opinions about this, some feedback.
yes, Paulina shares with us that for her it was a great switch she had in her life, and how she could overcome all her challenges, um, and help others while she went all like through this process, which is not something that is easy.
Yeah. Exactly. Anyone else?
There's a couple of questions, but we will be getting to them in four
Okay.
minutes.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. So what I want to share with you is, as I told you before, when I started this talk with you, I told you that here at the Colombo we have this program that is trying to have inclusiveness in our classrooms. We have a psychologist, and we have a program for learning counseling that is based on the universal design for learning. Yes, the universal design for learning, it's something that has been created with the purpose to include all kinds of people with physical disabilities, mental health issues, or cognitive disabilities or cognitive issues, so they can have normal educational processes. What we do here is not designing something special for these students, like a different class, because I know that is the first thought that we had have as teachers, and is okay, you are telling me that I need to include people that has neurodivergencies or different stuff. That means that I need to do something different for them. So I need to prepare a plan for my normal, as Jessica says, there is no normal, normal students and for my inclusive students. And no, it's not like that. Actually, the universal design for learning was born uh, because of the necessity of having uh, a space for everybody. Actually, this was born in architecture. Yes, it was born from the need to have stairs and but also wheelchair roads, but also elevators, but also signs for people that is blind and sounds for people that is blind too, etc., etc. So it was born from there. So I'm going to show you, and I already shared this material. So I wanted to show you how the guidelines look. We have the part of the engagement. As you can see, each of them go for
Está
a
súper
part of the brain.
interesante.
So we have the action and
A mí que me
expression,
encanta
that
todo
is go
eso, la
with the
inclusión, pensar
prefrontal cortex,
con
the
angelitos, ángeles,
representation that goes with all the
incluso en mi
sensory
clase.
part, like the middle
Y
brain, if you
solamente tres
wish,
personas
and the
calificaron, pero
engagement
qué
that goes with
excelente.
that limbic part. So as you can see, we have all these design. It shows me how can I connect my student, how can I sustain the efforts, how can I give them emotional support so they can work and stay and remain connected with me. There is also a work on perception, language and symbols, and building the knowledge, the interaction, the expression and communication, and the strategy development. So what I do here is I provide different resources for my different students, okay? And I can ask them different ways to interact or deliver something in the class. I'm going to show you the video now for universal design of learning.
Universal Design for Learning, or UDL, is an educational framework that guides the development of flexible learning environments and learning spaces that can accommodate individual learning differences. It is based on the principle that educational environments and products should be usable by everyone to the greatest extent possible, without the need for adaptation or specialized design. Let's look at the key features of Universal Design for Learning. One key feature is the provision of multiple means of representation. This principle addresses the what of learning, suggesting that information should be presented in different formats so that all students can access and understand the content. For example, text might be supplemented with audio, video, and hands-on activities, ensuring that learning is accessible to students with very.
So as you can see, we are not designing something adaptative for people. What we are doing is providing different resources for different people. The same way we should have stairs and elevators because we don't know if someone wears a wheelchair. And the same way I have braille or text because I don't know if I'm going to have a blind person. I need to have different resources to present to my students because probably some of them are going to need audio or video or hands-on activities instead of the plain text or the plain class. So I'm going to have a little bit of everything for everyone. I can mix them. I can provide a text that has an audio. I can provide a video that has a text. I can provide a video that shows me the steps for the hands-on activity. What I need to do is to bring everything to the classroom and offer to my students the different options, okay?
Sensory and cognitive abilities. Another key feature is the provision of multiple means of action and expression. This aspect of UDL focuses on the how of learning, offering students various ways to demonstrate their knowledge and skills. This could include traditional tests, oral presentations, video projects, or interactive simulations, allowing students to choose the method that best reflects their strengths and learning styles. The third feature of UDL is the provision of multiple means of engagement. This principle addresses the why of learning, emphasizing the importance of motivating students by offering choices in how they engage with material. Educators are encouraged to create learning activities that are relevant and challenging, and that accommodate students' interests and goals, helping to foster a deeper connection to the content. Let's explore the benefits of universal design for learning. One of the benefits is that it promotes inclusivity in the classroom. By designing lessons and assessments with various learning styles and abilities in mind, all students have an equal opportunity to succeed. This can be particularly beneficial in diverse classrooms where students' abilities and backgrounds may vary widely. Another benefit is that it encourages the development of flexible learning skills, which are crucial for success in a rapidly changing world. Students learn to adapt to different learning environments and conditions, enhancing their ability to function in different contexts and with different sets of tools and technologies. However, UDL also faces some limitations. Implementing UDL can be resource intensive. Educators may need significant training to effectively apply its principles, and schools may need to acquire new technologies or materials to accommodate diverse learning methods. This can be a barrier, particularly in underfunded or rural areas. Another limitation is the potential for overwhelming choice. While providing multiple options for learning and expression can be empowering, it can also be confusing for some students who may struggle with decision making or who prefer more structured learning environments. This can sometimes lead to decreased learning outcomes if not carefully managed. If you're a university student, I recommend.
So again, I want to show you this table again. So as you can see, there are many options. And as you saw, that this can be an obstacle here, both for the teacher and for the student. Yes? What is the idea? The idea is that you bring the different resources, not one at a time, but little by little. So in one class, I'm going to promote mostly hands-on activities with some visual reinforcement. But in the other class, I'm going to go with something more traditional. The decision is going to depend on your class. You need to know your students. On the topic that you are handling, you need to know your topics, yes? Which of the topics that are better to a role play and which topic really needs a kind of traditional classroom where you explain and show a specific grammar or vocabulary or something like that. The good thing about the UDL is that it doesn't force you to do adaptations and that you have to do adaptations in only one way. You can bring different stuff. Your students are going to struggle. I mean, this is not a magic formula to avoid your students struggling, but it's a formula to include them, to have different resources. Yes, there is an obstacle when I don't have an institution that can funds that have funds to buy material or to have the technology to include everyone. For example, thinking on blind students or thinking on students with an autistic disorder that is in a very deep level, it's going to be more difficult. Of course, this is more for students that somehow can handle some challenges. There are cases that are way, 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 way deep and that maybe need another look besides the universal design of learning. But as a basic step to start including different people in the classroom is very useful. Do we have any questions so
Yeah,
far
yes.
at this point?
Just to close up, we're gonna give them. I'm gonna share with you two questions that we have right here. So it says, can you tell us how teachers can start out small? Usually we're exposed to a lot of information, a lot of material that we can't even make ourselves with some recyclable materials to help them. But what are some small steps, everyday steps that we can help them and make their daily routine easier?
Good, that's a good one. Well, I think that is very important to get advantage of the technology that we have nowadays. For example, creating with the students an online schedule and having like timers, set timers for different activities, providing lists. For example, if I know that I have students that forget everything, I can create a list to remember each step of my transitions in class, what class follows the other, what material do I need to take. Okay, I'm going to set a timer and give you enough time to put your material back to the place, things like that. In terms of material for the activities in class, also try to use technological. I use a lot of technology There are a lot of pages that with artificial intelligence help you to create games, presentations, so you can have a more visual classroom that doesn't require that you sit down and do a lot of stuff with like physical material. And you can also take advantage of like real life material, for example. So having the students that have issues with, I don't know, for example, autistic disorder, they are not very communicative by speaking. But if I provide maybe magazines or I bring something from real life, a video from real life that they can connect and maybe they can write, they can make a collage instead of telling me a lot of stuff with the collage, they show me their ideas because basically this is the idea of UDL that you accept that your students show you what they have learned in different ways and not only in the traditional ways by telling you, by writing about it, or by taking a test. Yes. So maybe the material part, the good thing about the UDL is that allows you to think out of the box and to throw realia and to throw technology and to throw a lot of stuff there. Yes. And it's very
Para
important
responder esta pregunta,
to
decir qué conocimiento se le dio
realize
la que tenía
that
que
you
hacer.
don't need to
Y
create a
ya, Kelly,
special
muchas
material
gracias.
for
Qué
these
suerte, José.
students.
Qué
We
suerte.
don't, for example, in the case of the Columbia, we don't create a special material. It's the same book, it's the same activities, it's the same video. We change the focus and the challenge. If I'm expecting that all my group watches a video and answers some questions about like the intentions of the person in the video, maybe this student that has this particular difficulty, I'm going to expect him
Y
to
las dudas
summarize the
apenas
video,
arrancó.
that send me an audio telling me his opinion about the video, telling me what he would do in the case of the person of the video, and answering a couple of
Todavía le
questions,
quedó
maybe in
falta.
an audio, maybe not in a written
Todavía
form,
le quedó
if he
falta.
has dyslexia, or the other way around, if he is very good by writing and not by speaking because he has anxious disorder, so maybe writing is a better form. So you adapt that. You adapt through the time those things. Do we have any other questions
Well,
so
no,
far?
actually, you kind of went ahead and shared the other question, which was regarding material in itself. So, I just really want to thank you on behalf of the Colombo Americano Medellin. Um, Thank you so much for sharing your insights and experience with us in this session. It was just really, really good to hear all of this about inclusive classroom and like the different points of views that we can see, and especially with the UDL because many of us are just uprising to the occasion with that. And with this, we want to invite everyone to continue with the National ELT Conference program, the different sessions we're having throughout the day, and we will now go out to our lunch break and come back for our second set of concurrent sessions at 2:15.
Okay, thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
I just wanted to invite you to watch some videos that I put in the presentation where you can see real life schools applying UDL so you can understand a little bit better.
Mhm.
And the invitation to read the Universal Design for Learning poster so you can see how you can display the different material and the different ways to ask your students to give you feedback or to answer or to produce language in the classroom. And in that way, you can understand a little bit better how this works in real life.
That's great. If you want, I don't know, maybe you can pass the links to me and I will be more than happy to add it to our YouTube channel session.
Everything is included in the
Oh,
presentation.
okay,
So
okay, then that's
they
great.
go straight there.
Oh, great. Angelica, thank you so much. Everybody, have a great afternoon. Take
Thank
care.
you.
All right, bye
Thank you. Thank
bye.
you. Bye bye.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this opening session in which we are in the National ELT Medellin Conference 2025. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session, National ELT Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here to continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. Now is the turn to introduce our special presenter. She is Andrea Gomez. To mention about her, here we have that she is the coordinator of the South Branch of the Centro Cultural Colombo Americano in Cali, bringing over 25 years of teaching experience to the role, specializing in scientific environmental sciences. Andrea has dedicated her career to enhancing educational programs in bilingual institutions. As the leader of the science department at several top bilingual schools in Cali, she has developed innovative curricula that engage students and promote a deep understanding of scientific concepts. Currently, Andrea leads STEAM projects at the Centro Cultural Colombo Americano, where she coordinates educational initiatives and provides counsel to regional bilingual institutions. Her passion for teaching drives her to explore and experiment with new learning methods, yeah, inspiring students to connect to their surroundings and understand the specific scientific phenomena that we experience. Yeah? So here is a pleasure. Welcome, Andrea. And now everything is going to be on your hands. Let's enjoy the
Thank
session.
you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much for this lovely and warm welcoming.
Okay, thank you. So now, welcome.
Okay, so hello everyone, and welcome to this session about unity in diversity, creating cultural mosaics together. And well, the idea today is that we explore a little bit about how to foster uh, this diversity in the classroom and how to make it happen. We know that we live in a very diverse world, and um, interculturality demands, a huge relevance, especially in communication, since it enriches the learning experience by making it more relevant to students' lives. So in this case, we are going to explore some little strategies. And what's next is that our aim with this session is to help you recognize and appreciate the diverse cultural backgrounds of the students and fostering an inclusive classroom environment, which is essential in globalization. Of course, we can suggest some collaborative projects that allowed, students to share their cultural narratives, promoting teamwork and respect for diverse perspectives. We're gonna have some steps in this session. First, we're gonna go into a reflection. I want to know a little about your cultural background and your teaching background. So we will go to a survey, and then we'll discuss some do's and don'ts of what to do to foster diversity in the classroom. I'll provide some examples and tools that most of you already use, so we can optimize them to allow the diversity that we are aiming. So we're gonna, here we have James Albert Banks, an American educator and founding director of the University of Washington Center of Multicultural Education. In his book, Cultural Diversity and Education, Mr. Banks claimed that education must be multicultural in nature to ensure that all students can learn and achieve. Understanding, appreciating cultural diversity is essential for creating an equitable education system. And with our English classes, The effective intercultural communication enhances language proficiency. Students learn not only the language, but also the nuances of how it is used in different cultural contexts, improving their overall communication. So, let's know a little about you guys. I'm inviting you to join this Mentimeter. Yes, please scan the code. I'm gonna go to the Mentimeter right now. I'll give you 1 minute to scan the code, otherwise I have the access code in another tab. Just going to change tab to allow you to enter the Mentimeter. Okay, so this is the code for you to join. Um, we are going to use the code 72931652. Please start joining. We have now 2 people, 2 participants. Let's see, we have more. Okay, and we are going to start answering these questions. So what's your primary teaching subject? Is it English as a second language, science, social studies, English as a foreign language, math, arts, or other subjects? Okay, so let's see if we have more people. So far we have just 2. Okay, thank you. And let's see if there are more in the audience for us to continue. Okay, so far we have 1 attendee. We're gonna continue with the next question. And in the meantime, the rest of the people who's joining the Mentimeter, you will have the code there for you to access. So the second question is, what age group do you primarily teach? So are you teaching kids in elementary school, students in middle school, students in high school, or adults? And let's see. Okay, so far we have middle school, and well, let's wait for others to join and share the answers with us. So far we only have 2. Okay, what's your country of origin? So could you tell me where you're from? Your country of origin? Anyone? Okay, are you from Colombia? Are you from other countries? Okay, so we are talking to audience in Colombia. Okay, now let's go to, what languages do you speak? What languages do you speak? Do you speak English only, Spanish? Some people speak French, Italian, Portuguese, German. What other languages? Okay, I see. Okay, so what about this question? So we're gonna move to the next question. Um, how diverse is your classroom in terms of cultural backgrounds? And remember, when we talk about culture, it's not only the differences are not only related to the country where people are born, but also the conditions, the socioeconomic conditions, and educational conditions of students. So is it very diverse, somewhat diverse, not diverse, or you're not sure? And adding this, because sometimes we're not aware of how diverse our classes are. And this is important for us to design and to move our keys on the board properly when talking to students and when addressing cultural aspects with them. If we know their context, we can cause more effect, and we can bring a more practical and reliable context. Okay, so in the meantime we have, okay, somewhat diverse. So yes, there is diversity in the classroom, not that extent, but there is diversity. So what cultural aspects do you find most interesting to teach? Some of us usually choose some specific aspects, especially when we like them. Yeah, so what type of aspects do you do you teach in your lessons? Do you talk about food, holidays, traditions and customs, language, values and benefits, beliefs? Sorry. Music. Do you talk about arts, literature, travel and tourism, or other? What do you what do you say here? Let's see if there are some answers. Remember that you can uh, choose some different answers. So okay, so traditions, values, and beliefs. In my hometown, Cali, we talk about music. Yeah, and it's very common to see teachers sharing their preferences in music in class before the class starts. So it's really interesting um, that you shows traditions, customs, values, and beliefs, which is tricky for us to discuss sometimes, especially if there are gaps in cultural aspects and educational aspects. Okay, so let's see the next question. What challenges do you face when teaching students from diverse cultural backgrounds? In my case, not knowing, all of the cultural backgrounds of my students is a challenge because that is like um, is walking blind while we teach. And it is important that we understand that this diversity will enrich our classes if we are conscious and aware of it. Other cultural background challenge is, of course, resources. Sometimes we don't have enough resources for us to inquire about the cultural backgrounds of our students, and this doesn't help you to be more accurate when presenting information about cultural issues. Okay, so far we don't have any replies here, so let's continue with um, our next part. So we the idea of this was to understand a little when we have asked this survey in other contexts with more participants. We always see diversity, and sometimes as teachers, when we have the opportunity to talk to discuss things with our colleagues and our peers, we can notice that among us there are many differences and points of view and perspectives that we don't share, and sometimes it can be challenging. uh, Sometimes it's easy to respect and understand and even to integrate, but it's like if we were not used to accept the difference in our society. So how do we build these bridges? How do we create a more inclusive classroom? For this, guys, I have some tips. I'm gonna bring 7 tips for you to offer opportunities for diversity in your classes. In the first tip, we talk about embracing cultural awareness. Um, it's important that we educate ourselves about the diverse cultures represented in our classrooms. Attend workshops, read literature, engage with your students' background. When you do this knowledge allows you to create more inclusive environments that respect and value cultural perspectives. Now we continue with implementing culturally responsive teaching. And for that, we need to integrate the students' cultural references into our curriculum, use materials that reflect diverse culture and perspectives. Sometimes we count with materials that don't offer a variety of culture perspectives. So we could include our students' context to our teaching lessons so we can embrace them. And this, of course, makes learning more relevant and engaging for students, fostering a sense of belonging. Now, for the third tip, we have encouraging open dialogue. Sometimes it's difficult, especially when people are not trained to speak with others and listen to them and respect their points of view. But if you little by little start creating a safe space for students to express their cultural identities, of course, um, You encourage discussions about cultural differences and similarities. You might get some open dialogue that promotes understanding and respect among students. Um, of course, this helps to break down stereotypes, which are very common sometimes. The fourth tip that we have is using collaborative learning strategies. In traditional teaching, students are used to work on their own, and promoting collaborative work is important. Remember that humans are one of the few organisms in the planet that can work with others, with millions of people around the world, without knowing each other. And we are able to cooperate, collaborate, and construct projects together. And so it's important that you foster this in the classroom. Of course, incorporating group projects that require students to work together and share their cultural insights is important. And use diverse teams to promote intercultural collaboration. When this happens, you foster teamwork, which is essential in the work when our students go to work. And of course, you allow students to learn from each other's experiences. Our next step is to celebrate cultural diversity. So organize events or activities that celebrate different cultures, such as cultural fairs, potlucks, or theme days. Yes, this helps the students appreciate different cultures and builds community within the classroom. Our sixth tip is adapt teaching methods. So if we want to include diversity in our classroom, it's important to diversify our teaching methods to accommodate different learning styles and cultural backgrounds, incorporate visuals, auditory, and kinesthetic activities for students. This ensures that all students have the opportunity to engage with the material effectively. Finally, in this tip, my bad, of course, the last tip is providing resources and support. So inclusion is not possible if you don't provide support. And offering resources such as books, videos, and online materials that reflect diverse cultures, of course, providing support for students who may need extra help adapting to a multicultural environment, allows them to access diverse resources and enhance students' learning experiences. So that way you foster inclusion. Okay, so there are 7 tips for you to embrace the diversity in the classroom. Now, be careful with the things that you shouldn't do in your lessons, and please try to avoid this. When we stereotype or generalize, we are making assumptions about students based on their cultural ground. And don't use them in discuss materials, talking about people from certain region being all like in one way, or making assumptions of a person just for the place that the person was born is not effective for you to provide a good environment to your classes. Our second tip talk of things that you should avoid is ignoring cultural differences. Treating all the students as though they come from the same cultural background is not effective. Ignoring the differences can lead to a lack of engagement and understanding. And this, unfortunately, makes the students fail to acknowledge cultural differences and can even create disengaged classroom atmosphere. And sometimes it breaks the relationships among students. Our next step is using a one size fits all approach. And relying solely on traditional teaching methods that may not resonate with all students makes the students, perhaps the feeling of being excluded and hinder their learning progress. Now, when we talk about discouraging cultural expression, try to avoid discouraging students from sharing their cultural experiences or perspectives in class and discussions. Sometimes as teachers, we have a very strong point of view, and when one of our students shared their different perspective, we sometimes can be very judgmental. And this leads to feelings of invisibility and diminishes students' confidence in their cultural identities. So, one other thing to avoid, assuming cultural competence. Um, when you assume that all students have the same level of cultural competence or understanding of intercultural communication, you can lead students to miscommunicate and misunderstand, different perspectives in the classroom. Despite being born in the same city, having the same age, students can have very important differences among them. So allowing them to express their cultural competence is important. So and you start reconning what's going on inside the classroom. Our sixth step to avoid is neglecting to address bias. Yeah, ignoring instances of bias, discrimination, and microaggressions that might occur among students. You know that with the social network, we have access to different types of information, and unfortunately, our society is getting used to criticize everything that is published, and we have already developed the right to say whatever we want. And when this happens, we don't address these issues in class, we can create a hostile environment and negatively impact in a student's well-being. And finally, one of the things that we need to avoid is overemphasizing differences. We need to embrace difference, but if we continue focus solely on cultural difference without highlighting the commonalities among students, we can create divisions rather than fostering unity and understanding. So these are 7 tips of what you should do and what you should avoid to foster um, diversity in your classroom. Now, I wanted to show you some examples of things that I have done in my lessons in science and English sometimes. I'm going to start with the middle. Our students were invited to select skills for expressing feelings. That was our first morning activity in the classroom. So every student had a day, and they were supposed to bring a skill of how are you feeling today. And it was a very interesting activity because the students were able to find very accurate, precise scales for the occasions. Depending on the topic, they brought some scales. For instance, this one, how are you feeling on a scale of nature? And if you allow yourself to do these things, so students can select numbers in a class, in a face-to-face class, students can use their fingers to express their feelings, or in an online class, they can have a poll, they can use a poll to do this. Well, of course, the students will be able to express themselves. And I tried to do that by talking to them. How are you feeling today? But it was difficult for them to find the words to tell about that. And when we did this scale, say, okay, most of the classroom is happy about this. There is this thing. Okay, some students are a little tired, others are depressed. So it was important then to approach the students and talk to them about it. Okay, are you okay? Is there something you need help with? And that allowed me to know a little bit more about students. And one of the findings was that students have special days to feel depressed. For instance, middle of the week was usually time for them to feel sad, lonely, sometimes even bored. So, but Friday they were more chilling. So it helped me understand what type of activities I could do in different days, and what strategies I could use to, cheer them up. Okay, another activity that I liked was when during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, we are all when virtual. Students were invited to decorate their classroom. So group members divided in groups, and the virtual classroom they decorated the way that they wanted. They were asked to list the tools, utensils, and devices they wanted to put in the classroom, and we use Google Slides for that. Another activity that we did was to have a playlist of songs. So I asked the students to write one song each um, every day. So while we were doing collaborative work, students were able to listen to music. However, there was a trick here. I tried to look for the instrumental versions of the songs, so they were singing or they were mumbling, yeah, when they were listening to their music. And the fact that every single one of them had the opportunity to pick a song and we respect the order of the playlist make them more engaged in class. And many of them were got used to learn while listening to music and to work together. So slow, very low volume, instrumental music, or whatever they chose, is a very good practice. Now, I wanted to show you other strategies that I was using with my students. These are fourth graders, and some students were we had this opportunity of showing their work apart from school. So we created an art gallery with their materials. This axe, for instance, was made of Play-Doh. These little dolls, and sometimes they created digital images or they talk about things that they liked. So students were able to express their artistic perspectives, and this helped them to be more, proud of what they did. And the rest of the students started appreciating. Some of the drawings were not the best, but the fact that the one of their peers were brave enough to show their work, they were always congratulating and praising and admiring the talents that each of them had. Um, Another strategy was to use Google Slides to make them work collaboratively. I love Google Slides because they're very easy to load, so you don't require a lot of strong network, and you can work in groups simultaneously. So students were placing in this example that I'm showing you there, they were they were categorizing these organisms in consumers, producers, and decomposers. And with this activity, these students were able to share, and they discuss, okay, I think that what is the decomposer? So especially the hardest part was to find the decomposer in most of the habitats. And we also had the opportunity to elaborate so food chains, so they could show how energy was transferred from organism to organism. So these were some of the examples of the activities that we did with the students. Now, here I have some suggestions. I know that most of you know Google Workspace for Education, especially if you have a corporative email with Google, you will find that there are many tools in Workspace for Education that allow students to work on collaboratively. Flipgrid is a very easy to work tool, and you can use it to allow students to create videos, ask questions, elaborate polls, and sometimes we want to do all the questions. We want to ask all the questions. So letting them to construct these questions is very interesting, and sometimes they're very demanding. So and that fosters, of course, peer assessment and feedback. Seesaw is another good tool that helps you to create interactive activities for the students. Now, Padlet is one of my favorites, and before we go to the Padlet that I wanted to suggest for today, I wanted to show you one of the Padlets I adore. Of course, if you want more Padlets, you need to pay, but Padlet is very easy to handle tool, and I like it because students can load it easily, you can use it from your cell phone, and you have different ways to show input. So Wait, 1 second. I'm gonna show you what I did with circuits. In a workshop, STEAM workshop in circuits, we were talking about um, the components of the circuit. So students were matching, taking pictures, they were showing their work, they had the opportunity to like what they were showing. So we were talking about parallel and series circuits, and students were they gave themselves names and different types of group names for them to to interact, and they were showing their work. So they were not as they didn't have enough knowledge about circuit, or perhaps the basics, but while they were working on this circuits, they learn, experiment, hands-on activities, so they could talk about circuits more with more knowledge. And in the end, the idea was to do a project, and for this project the students were supposed to build a circuit to use it in classroom, to use it as a classroom teaching strategy. So they planned, they made the list of materials that they required for this project. And in the end, they designed fabulous circuits for them to play with the students in class. Students were given the opportunity to provide feedback to their peers and suggest ways to adapt these tools that they created for the different audiences that they were facing. And what I liked about an activity like this, and what I liked about Padlet, is that they can upload images, sounds, videos, GIFs easily, and it allows them all to work simultaneously. So for this activity, I want to suggest to join the Padlet with using this QR code. And I wanted to talk to you about one initiative that I know this initiative for more than a decade, perhaps more. Um, I don't know if you have heard of it. It's a very lovely initiative that embraces uh, cultural diversity, and it is my view, the view from my window. So here, I have some examples of the pictures that participants had taken from their windows. And this initiative's been, as I told you, for more than a decade now. And the person who started this initiative was a teacher. And there are several books already published with different pictures, the most popular pictures of this initiative. So this is one of the examples. Is The title of this is A Devastating View. And waking up in the morning and looking at your window and looking at this tree that they chopped really, sadly. In this tree, hummingbirds used to nest, and now they're lost at home. So this was a cultural perspective that was presented to the rest of the peers, and it caused a lot of discussion in class. So this was something interesting. Why did they do that? Why do you think they chopped the tree like this? What happened to the organisms that were living there? So with this, you can embrace a lot of opportunities to discuss different subjects. This picture is one of the most famous, more popular. It was published in one of the books that I told you about. And well, just wake up and see that there's there staring at you. Makes things interesting. So we can discuss what type of house is this, who lives there, where is it located, how about the weather, how about the conditions, is it easy, is it calm, is it noisy? So students can discuss and offer their points of view. And you will be amazed, you will be surprised of the way that students can you know uh, give their opinions freely, and how imaginative they can become when they analyze just an image. And this is another one from Italy. This was also published in the book, one of the books that I mentioned, and it shows, a different perspective. It shows a crowded building with lots of houses and clothes hanging, drying on the sun, and well, students tell me, so this person is poor. How do you know? How do you know that? Is that important? Is that relevant? So, what can you tell me to analyze this picture and tell and giving me that opinion about the owner of that house? So, I invite you guys to perhaps join and look for the pictures. We have the QR code here, and you can share your insights about um, your world from the window. Another strategy that was used to embrace cultural background of the students is my world in a box. And this was a shoebox. Yes. Students were collecting items that they consider important in their culture. Um, and they put them in a box and then they exhibited the box. They even exchanged these boxes with students from other regions and from other countries. And in that way, we could see how students, wow, this student is an excellent student, but look at the things that he brings. So we could understand the inclinations of students, the interests of students in different aspects. Okay, so the engineers, the artists, the musicians, the politicians, that were evident in the preferences that they chose in the books. So you don't need complex tools and strategies for you to share. It's important that we respect opinions and values. As I told you before, teachers can become a bit judgmental sometimes, and despite we don't like the type of music or the food or anything, we need to start embracing that other people likes this. um, no matter what, especially with music, what music genre you like, well, it's your right to listen to it. You can invite a reflection about the content, of course. You can ask the students to analyze if this is valid, respectful, if the lyrics are treating people well, or if they are abusing of ideas, or even from um, encouraging other people to hurt others. So perhaps you can invite the students to reflect about those things. Sometimes they don't even know, they are not even aware of the content of a song until they are invited to analyze it. So there are many other things that we can discuss in culture. So, for instance, we can talk about favorite dishes, or cultural celebrations of holidays that are significant in our countries, words or phrases in the native language that doesn't have a direct translation in English, right? That's a very interesting one, because sometimes we become the dictionaries of the students. And how do you say this, teacher? What's the word for this? So why don't you try to find a proper translation? If there is none, why there is no translation to that word or concept in English? There are cultural symbols too. So animals, flags, objects that represent culture. So we can discuss those too and see how they are understood from different regions, from different countries, and perhaps they mean differently in different places. Of course, we can discuss local customs. What is one unique custom or tradition in your culture that you think others should know about? And talking about our customs and traditions is important. And leaving the students to discuss this in the class is relevant. So they are able to then show it to the world. Of course, things like type of music or dance that is popular in our culture is important to share, and allow students to show some dance steps, can give them opportunities to show talents as well. Of course, cultural etiquette. What is one important etiquette rule in your culture that might surprise others? So share it. Yes. We can talk about figures, historical or contemporary characters from the culture that they admire. They are very into sports or music, so they could talk about these things.
Ay, sí.
In
Pero
other of the
comenzamos cuando ya
workshops, we
sea
could
la
see
parte de
how
terminar,
we
que ya
use
terminó su
AI to
presentación, entonces yo
foster
vuelvo a
these type
activar cámara y
of
micro.
activities, and students don't need
Desde,
to expose themselves
ok,
when they do
digo,
this.
el
Of
compartir
course,
código,
we
pero
can
entonces para
talk
eso
about the
hago
cultural influence.
F11, para
So,
que me vuelva a
how the
mostrar las
culture
pestañas.
influenced the perspective that we have in terms of
Y ahí se ve,
communication.
ok, listo, pero desde
Or we can
F11 se
even
va a ver aquí
become
las selecciones, va a brincar, se
counselors
va a
in
ver,
travel
por favor escaneen
recommendations.
ahí
Someone
y ya,
where
ok,
to visit your
chao,
country, what is
cierro,
one
cierro,
place or experience that they
no, no
shouldn't
cierro
miss?
nada,
So with this
esta no,
type of questions, you will
aquí se
engage your
quedaría esta,
students.
la vuelvo
They will
a
become
minimizar,
more
me voy al
cultural aware
ojito,
and they
a la
will be
cosita negra
prepared
y
to talk about their
ese se queda,
cultures more
entre abierto, listo,
proudly.
perfecto.
So I invite you to use all this to continue working with cultural diversity in your classroom. I was going to show you another activity that I have here. In this activity, as I told you, Google Slides is one of my favorites since it's easy to work with and it's easy to load. And with very few slides, you can access students to interact and to offer alternatives. Yes. So, for instance, I have this activity here, and when we talk about food, for instance, which is a very interesting topic for students, they like it, they enjoy. So, potluck party is in progress. What food are you planning to bring? So, students are able to insert PNG format images to this table so they can talk about ajiaco or beef or sancocho, whatever the dish, the food that they want to share. Other thing as well, these foreign families have chosen Colombia as their destination. What dates, places, and activities do you recommend? Okay, let's come to Feria de Cali in December or go to Feria de las Flores Medellin, right? So you have students the opportunity to use images, text, and sounds in tools like Google Slides so they can interact easily. Yes. Another example was traditions and customs. Okay. What are the do's and don'ts? So in Colombia, what do you do? You shouldn't do. So students were able to place things like line in a queue or don't park on the sidewalk or don't litter. Yes, these things. So this is what we have for today. I think I got a little fast, and the idea, guys, is to hear a little about your questions, how you feel about the possibilities of embracing cultural diversity in your classroom, and of course, what strategies or perhaps sharing ideas that you have already found effective. So I don't know if we have questions or if we have any other opinions on the topic. You can use these activities in different classes with different audiences. And remember, as a role model, you are the first person to embrace diversity and to show respect from different perspectives. So let's see if there are some questions there.
Okay, okay. So I really appreciate all the information that you shared with us. Here it was really interesting for me to listen to the different options or to the different um, tools that we can have at the time that you shared that you already got the result about those circuits. Yeah, it is showing the
Yes.
creativity. It is just the opportunity to have this kind of effective interaction, and that's really really productive. What we really want to have at the end of the whole story, right? Everything that you are connecting, it is just unity, and it is having this diversity at the same time, but everything together, bringing this kind of result. So really, really good opportunity to approach to knowledge, and it is the experience which is going to show effective results. Really, really interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much, Andrea.
No, thank you. Thank you for, the opportunity. And of course, remember, don't be afraid. Use the tools that you're familiarized with, but open yourself to know a little bit more about the variety that there's in classroom. You will be get surprised, definitely.
Yeah, yes, really, really interesting. So thank you very much for sharing with us what your knowledge and what your experience has been throughout this time, and your wish to let people know about what you are doing. Yes, it is just hard work. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. And
Okay,
thank you again.
thank you. So, for the rest of people to continue sharing this time with us in this journey of the conferences. So, see you in coming conferences. Thank you very much. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. See you.